Good morning. The time for convening having arrived, the Senate will come to order. At this time, I'll ask all unauthorized persons to exit the chamber. What a good-looking group of pages we have this morning. Thank y'all for serving the Senate today. I hope you have a wonderful day. We're going to have a lot of action on the floor. I think 10 bills, a special action, some recommits, and all kind of good stuff going on today. So you picked a busy day to be with us, and it should be a good day. Our Rules Chairman is heading down, and we will wait on him to, I hope, well, the dean always reads the journal as a backup for us, so I'm sure he spent a lot of his evening reading the journal. I recognize the senator from the 15th, the dean of the Senate. Fantastic man, has given a lot of years of service to our great state.
Thank you very much. The only thing I have, Mr. President, is the names of our wonderful people back here who serve us, our students who come in and do a great job. And I know the pinnacle of doing a great job is done by the senator from the 6th, our usual presenter of this great issue right here. One of the things that I wanted to say to get off my chest right now, I spent last night up until about 2 o'clock this morning reading the journal, and the issues were read and found to be correct, Mr. President.
I appreciate your dedication to that and your tireless work for the citizens of Georgia. So the senator from the 15th has read the journal into the wee hours of the morning and found it to be correct. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading of the journal?
Objection.
Chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with.
The first time in history I got objection.
Objection.
The Senator White from the 29th disagrees with the objection.
I do hear an objection. Would you like to come speak to your objection, Senator?
I waive.
He waives. All right. Stand by. Would you like to at least state the nature of your objection?
Thank you, Mr. President. I object to the dispensing of the reading of the journal, as I do not believe that the journal may be correct. So therefore, I would like us to proceed with the reading of the journal.
Senator, I appreciate your diligence on this matter. We currently do not have a quorum, so we will stand at ease until we have a quorum, and we will vote on your objection. Thank you. Senator for the 15th, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just simply wanted to make sure in a collective way that we acknowledge the pages we have today to serve the Senate. Can we give them a big round of applause?
Absolutely.
To make sure we acknowledge them. Thank you very much for the great job we know you do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senate will stand at ease. Chair recognizes the senator from the second for a
Thank you,
motion.
Mr. President. I withdraw my motion to dispense with the reading of the journal.
Thank you, Senator. So the objection is withdrawn and the journal is confirmed.
Is there objection to confirmation? He dispensed with his objection to reading.
All right, sorry. He objected to the reading of he withdrew his objection to the reading of the journal. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none and the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills or resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the secretary's desk at this time. But I'll recognize you if you want to introduce it. No, we did all that.
My apologies.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th to introduce our pages of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. A little disappointed I didn't get to get through my journal reading today.
The senator from the 15th, as a fail-safe measure, backup, he stayed up till 2 a.m. reading the journal. That's what he reported to us, and it's been found to be correct. It's been confirmed.
Well, Mr. President, I read it. I just like to report on it, and I'm disappointed I didn't get to do that today.
Well, the dean took care of us.
But what'll make me feel better is getting to announce all these great pages from all over the great state of Georgia. And from my hometown, we have Ollie Calhoun. That's hometown of Noonan. From Marietta, we have Fiona Caskey. From Dawsonville, Isabella Ray. From Decatur, John Andrew Green. From Atlanta, we have Nathaniel Halpern, whose mama is our colleague. From Clarksville, we have Jaden Holbrooks. From Loganville, Jade Hyacinth. From Smyrna, Aaron and William Jordan. From Cumming, Prisha Lascar. From Cordele, Ava Owens. From Ackworth, Sophie Parker. From Cumming, Vinay Praseth. From Kennesaw, Caroline Ringsrud. From Cumming, Abir Sharma. From Marietta, we have Gianna and Noah Sutoff. From Cumming, Kanishka Suresh. From Atlanta, Amarani Ulloa. From Cumming, Abhiram Uparchinta. From Cumming, Shravya Valuru. And from Lawrenceville, we have Miles and Preston Wooden. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate you being here to serve the great people of the great state of Georgia.
I recognize the senator from the 14th. What purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the senators from the 5th District and the 44th District be excused for business somewhere around the Capitol.
Without objection, they're excused. Thank you. All senators who have bills or resolutions introduced, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 626 by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to regulation and construction of hospitals and other healthcare facilities, so as to provide for certain consumer financial assistance and protections with regard to medical debt arising from certain healthcare services received by patients at hospitals.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Resolution 978 by Senator Burns of the 23rd and others, a resolution creating the Senate Study Committee on Higher Education Funding.
Appropriations.
Senate Resolution 988 by Senators Orrock of the 36th and others, a resolution urging the United States Congress to cancel the proposed plutonium pit plan at the United States.
Natural Resources.
Senate Resolution 989 by Senators Orrock of the 36th and others, a resolution urging the United States Department of Energy to reinstate and fully fund radiological and water quality protections.
Natural Resources.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions.
House Bill 1367 by Representative Roberts of the 52nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act creating one or more community improvement districts in unincorporated Fulton County.
State and local government operations.
House Bill 1460 by Representatives Reese of the 140th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act establishing the State Court of Muscogee County.
State and local government operations.
House Bill 1461 by Representatives Reese of the 140th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act establishing compensation for the clerk of the Superior Court of Muscogee County. Approved.
State and local government operations.
House Bill 1462 by Representatives Reese of the 140th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to provide for the creation of the Columbus Music Commission to
State
provide.
and local government operations.
House Bill 1484 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd, a bill to be entitled an act to authorize the governing authority. House Bill 1488 by Representative Williams of the 168th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to establish Hinesville Conference Center. House Bill 1500 by Representatives Reese of the 99th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act creating a new charter for the city of Suwanee. Approved. House Bill 1503 by Representatives Fleming of the 114th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Covington ad valorem tax. House Bill 1504 by Representatives Crawford of the 89th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act creating the State Court of DeKalb County. House Bill 1514 by Representatives Glaze of the 67th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for the number of members and for the election of members of the Board of Education of Fulton County. Approved. House Bill 1515 by Representatives Leverett of the 123rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from Madison County School District. House Bill 1527 by Representatives Powell of the 33rd, a bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Franklin Springs ad valorem tax. House Bill 1530 by Representatives Barton of the 5th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to repeal and replace the charter of the City of Fairmount. Approved. House Bill 1534 by Representatives Westbrook of the 163rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act creating the State Court of Chatham County. House Bill 1535 by Representatives Silcox of the 53rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to authorize the city of Sandy Springs, Georgia to exercise. House Bill 1537 by Representatives Herring of the 145th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from Bibb County School District ad valorem. House Bill 1538 by Representatives Herring of the 145th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from Macon Bibb County ad valorem. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary will read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Resolution 1416, do pass. House Bill 413, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman of the 8th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 439, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1070, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1179, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1085, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huff Settler, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 154, due pass by substitute. House Bill 471, due pass. House Bill 717, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1096, due pass. Senate Resolution 927, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report them back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 1409, due pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1161, due pass by committee substitute. House Bill 494, due pass. House Bill 283, due pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1283, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, the 56th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 445 to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, the 6th District Chairman. House Bill 485 to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, the 6th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 620, due pass. Senate Bill 621, due pass. Senate Bill 623, due pass. Senate Bill 624, due pass. Senate Bill 625, due pass. House Bill 1349, due pass. House Bill 1507, due pass. House Bill 1508, due pass. House Bill 1513, due pass. House Bill 1307, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 944, due pass. House Bill 1230, due pass. House Bill 1434, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, the 27th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary, read bills and resolutions for the second time.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Kelly of the 16th and others. Waste management require recycling of solar panels. House Bill 1332-8 by Representatives Carpenter of the 4th and others. Revenue and taxation increase annual aggregate limit for tax credits available for certain contributions to student scholarship organizations. House Bill 421 by Representatives Taylor of the 173rd and others. Interstate Sexual Predator Prevention Act enact. House Bill 438 by Representatives Crow of the 118th and others. Employees Retirement System of Georgia allow certain sworn law enforcement officers to be eligible for retirement benefits at age 55 provisions. House Bill 541 by Representative Dempsey of the 13th and others. Education tuition equalization grants expand definition of an improved school to include certain institutions which offer programs in nursing. House Bill 668 by Representative Thomas of the 21st and others. Crimes and offenses change references to assistants and guide dogs to service dogs. House Bill 874 by Representative Huddleston of the 72nd and others. Georgia Taxpayer Privacy Protection Act enact. House Bill 907 by Representative Jones of the 47th and others. Completion Special Schools Act. Certain local school systems to either be a party to a collaborative operating agreement with a completion special school or provide certain education programs and services require. House Bill 946 by Representative Clifton of the 131st and others. Game and fish. Authorize hunting and trapping of feral hogs under certain circumstances. House Bill 948 by Representatives Camp of the 135th and others. Property debtors in foreclosures to receive certain information and forms and a notice of foreclosure provide. House Bill 964 by Representatives Cannon of the 172nd and others. Revenue and taxation. State and local title ad valorem tax fee. Exempt certain motor vehicles used in fire protection services for local governments. House Bill 971 by Representatives Townsend of the 179th and others. Quality Basic Education Act. Home study students and private school students to enroll in college and career academics located in certain RESA service areas and adjacent local school systems provide. House Bill 979 by Representatives Bonner of the 73rd and others. State government procedures for retrocession of jurisdiction in certain circumstances provide. House Bill 985 by Representatives Bonner of the 73rd and others. Veterans Affairs. Revised terms of eligibility for persons to be buried in Georgia veteran cemeteries. House Bill 987 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others. Voluntary Portable Benefit Plan Act enact. House Bill 1001 by Representative Wade of the 9th and others. Income tax, reduced rate of tax. House Bill 1009 by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others. Education, enact policies and procedures for use of personal electronic devices at school and school-sponsored events by students in grades 9 through 12. Require local school systems. House Bill 1024 by Representative Hogg of the 103rd and others. Property, debtors' aggregate interest in real property or personal property used as residence, revised exemption. House Bill 1077 by Representative Williams of the 148th and others, sales and use tax exemption from sales of tickets, fees, and charges of admission to certain museums and fine arts performances or exhibitions at nonprofit facilities, extend sunset date. House Bill 1087 by Representative Bonner of the 73rd and others, Disabled Veteran Home Modification Act, enact. House Bill 1097 by Representative Petrie of the 166th and others, mental health, criminal background, license status, and registry checks for owners, applicants, and employees of certain mental health facilities, provide. House Bill 1112 by Representative Barrett of the 24th and others, Commerce and Trade, rounding of total price of sale of goods or services when using legal tender, provide. House Bill 1118 by Representative Don Tucci of the 105th and others, public officers and employees, 120 hours of maternal birth leave, provide. House Bill 1128 by Representative Seabaugh of the 34th and others, State Board of Workers' Compensation, notice of eligibility for compensation to an injured employee to his or her legal guardian, provide. House Bill 1131 by Representative Hogg of the 103rd and others, criminal procedure, personal service of process for notice of a warrant application hearing, provide. House Bill 1133 by Representative Dickey of the 134th and others, Georgia Environmental Finance Authority finance and perform certain duties in connection with projects related to facilitating solar installations on closed landfills. Authorized. House Bill 1134 by Representative New of the 40th and others. Property, repossessors of motor vehicles, revised notice requirements. House Bill 1182 by Representatives Rhodes of the 124th and others. Agricultural soil amendments, provide for additional prohibited acts. House Bill 1191 by Representatives Osteen of the 169th and others. Motor vehicles, additional military medal awards eligible for special veteran license plates, provide. House Bill 1192 by Representatives Taylor of the 173rd and others, public assistance, certain accounting practices by Department of Human Services and Department of Community Health, provide. House Bill 1208 by Representatives Gunter of the 8th and others, civil practice, require depositions to be taken before certified court reporters. House Bill 1238 by Representatives Dempsey of the 13th and others, Community Health, Department of, submit a waiver request to the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to authorize the qualifications of certain caregivers for Medicaid reimbursement. House Bill 1254 by Representatives Reed of the 99th and others, professions and businesses, move regulation of various professions from individual boards to Secretary of State. House Bill 1261 by Representatives Huddleston of the 72nd and others, revenue and taxation, level 1 Freeport exemptions for certain goods and inventory for electric utilities, provide. House Bill 1266 by Representatives Ridley of the 6th and others, watercraft, use of certain motors on vessels being operated on the Ogeechee River, repeal a provision. House Bill 1268 by Representatives Burchett of the 176 and others, Official Code of Georgia annotated, revise, modernize, and correct errors and omissions. House Bill 1278 by Representatives Hawkins of the 27th and others, professions and businesses, improve efficiencies and issuance of permits for dentists to administer conscious sedation and general anesthesia. House Bill 1328 by Representative Wade of the 9th and others, University of North Georgia Military Scholarships, authorize selection committees to select additional scholarship recipients. House Bill 1329 by Representative Steffens of the 164th and others, controlled substances, Schedule 1, provides certain provisions. House Bill 1374 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, insurance, methods of payment to healthcare providers, provide certain requirements. House Bill 1396 by Representative Evstration of the 104th and others, state government requires certain privately funded organizations that operate a shelter or provide outreach services to homeless individuals participate in the Georgia Homeless Management Information System. House Bill 1415 by Representative Seabaugh of the 34th and others, Stone Mountain Memorial Association, hold all real property obtained before January 1st, 1971 in trust, require. House Resolution 1050 by Representatives Green of the 154th and others, property, lease, or conveyance of certain state-owned property, authorized. House Resolution 1051 by Representatives Green of the 154th and others, property, granting of non-exclusive easements of certain state-owned property, authorized. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize the senator from the 43rd.
Good morning, Mr. President, and thank you. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 26th.
Without objection, the senator from the 26th is excused.
And the senator from the 12th.
Without objection, the senator from the 12th is excused. Are there any other motions to excuse? The Secretary will read the roll call of senators. Signify your presence by voting the yea switch. The Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 9th, what purpose do you rise?
Ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 12th.
Too late, Senator, right now. You can do it again later if you
Oh,
like.
they got her anyway.
It is now time for the morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask the doorkeeper to secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 29th District for the purpose of leading the pledges and introducing the chaplain of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's start with our pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Thank you, colleagues. I come before you as happy and cheery as I always do. The chaplain of the day today is mine and Teresa's pastor, Pastor Dan Rogers. He is a seasoned senior pastor with over 30 years of ministry experience, including over 2 decades at our church, River of Life Church in Hamilton, Georgia. Under his compassionate leadership, our church has grown into a thriving, life-giving community centered on the vision of helping people know God, grow together, and make a difference in this world. He is passionate about preaching the gospel, caring for people, and developing future leaders. Pastor Dan has devoted his entire life to building a strong and impactful church. And since Teresa and I have moved to that church, every aspect of our life has gotten better. And it's a great honor for me to introduce you to my pastor, Pastor Dan Rogers.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me today, and Senator Robertson for your invitation. So today I would like to address you today on the subject of the legacy of leadership. The legacy of leadership. You know, I believe that we have a leadership deficit. I believe that that we are struggling to find good leaders, great leaders, but most of all, godly leaders. I think that is the most importance, is to be a godly leader and to lead with integrity and values. In Judges chapter 5, verse 2, the book of Judges, also the book of leaders, we see there in Judges 5, it tells us Israel's leaders took charge and the people gladly followed. The people gladly followed when leaders take charge. And I'm very appreciative of all of the leaders in this room and getting to meet some of you today. And I leaned over to my wife and I said, "Hey, these people are nice." You know, you get a different view outside of here, and people like to taint the picture. But I want to let you know I appreciate what you do. I appreciate my senator, his vision and his leadership in our district and the way that he leads in this room as well. You know, leadership is not a title, it's a behavior. Leadership's a calling. In Malachi chapter 2, verses 7 through 9, it gives us the example of a poor leader. When the priests were not dealing with the issues of the day, and they just ignored it and let it slide. That was an example of poor leadership. But then we realize and see in 1 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 32, a different style of leadership, powerful leadership. It speaks of the tribe of Issachar, the sons of Issachar. And it tells us there that there were 200 leaders, and all these people understood the signs of the times and knew the best course for Israel to take. They understood the times. They could discern, and they used discretion in their leadership, and they knew the best course of what Israel was to take. And I believe in this room, you're working on that. You're looking for the best course for our state to take. Daniel, in Daniel chapter 6, verse 3, he modeled leadership. He modeled leadership, the legacy of leadership. It says in verse 3 that Daniel distinguished himself and that he had a spirit of excellence, or there was an extraordinary spirit that was within him. And that's what we need, is that kind of leadership. The leadership where we do it in excellence. We prove ourselves. We set ourselves apart. We distinguish ourselves like Daniel. You see, Daniel lived in a culture that did not give favor to his faith. They opposed his faith in the Babylonian Empire. And yet Daniel finds himself there. He's like a fish out of water. And he's just in a place and no one's really worshiping the God that he worships. But he did not compromise his convictions. He did not bow down. He did not waver. He kept on living and he kept on leading with this intent of an excellent spirit. He was not going to compromise his values. You see, a lot of people, listen, a lot of people believe that charisma is what you need in leadership, and charisma works. You know, charisma will get you into the room, but it's character that will keep you in the room. Character keeps us in the room. Early in my ministry, I always worked on my charisma. I wanted to make sure I was making connection. I wanted to make sure I was communicating effectively. I needed that charisma. But later I realized the importance. You need to work on your character. Character is so important. You see, your character shapes your core values, your convictions. And I like what former Governor Zell Miller said. He said, "My family is more important to me than my party." What a powerful quote. He understood core values. He understood what was important. It was his family over his career, and he led his family. John Maxwell said, "We need to begin acting like the kind of leader that you would be glad to follow." And a great pastor here in our United States, Craig Crochelle, says it like this: "People would rather follow a leader who is always real than one who is always right." Let's be real leaders today. I don't like fake anything. I want to be a real leader. And we hear a lot about leaving a legacy. And in this room, they are legacy makers. You'll leave a legacy. And I teach this at my church all the time about leaving a legacy. What does that look like? To leave a legacy. But look, before you can ever leave a legacy, you have to live a legacy. You got to live it if you're going to leave it. And so in this room today, it's my prayer that every one of you, I know that you work very hard, and I want to tell you, and I mean this, I respect you, I honor you for the work that you do. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle we're on, I respect you for what you're doing. You are a servant leader, and you are living and going to leave a legacy. Shall we stand and pray today? Lord, we come to you today, and I pray over this body, over these men and women today, leaders. When leaders lead, people will offer themselves to follow, to volunteer, and get behind a person of leadership, a visionary. And I pray for this body today, Lord, that you will open the eyes of their heart and understanding so they will be enlightened. And I pray that their decisions are shaped by the Scripture, and these men and women will be sharpened by the Holy Spirit today in their decisions that they have to make. Lord, give them wisdom and knowledge, because I know they have the best interest in the heart of our state, and they want to lead our state well and prosper and be blessed. So I pray a blessing as John prayed in 3 John verse 2 over this body. May they prosper and may they be in health as their soul prospers. And I ask this with all respect to all faith, but I ask this in the powerful name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen and amen. God bless you. Thank you.
We have special presentations today.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid we've got 3 of them.
Jeepers creepers.
Echo Club, which is some kind of public service organization in Cedar Creeks. Creekside High School football team, Senator Kemp, and the Georgia Forestry Association, Senator Dawkins. And so
We're proud to have a Doctor of the Day today, and I will call on the senator from the 14th to introduce her.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Coming to you live from the medical capital of Georgia, the 14th District, I am proud to introduce today Dr. Deborah A. Martin. She is the president of the Medical Association of Georgia and the past chair of the GAM-PAC Board of Directors, a past president of the Medical Association of Atlanta, a board-certified general surgeon with more than 30 years of experience. She specializes in general and breast surgery and is a fellow of the American College of Surgeons. She's affiliated with Northside Hospital in Atlanta and Cumming and maintains continuous certification from the American Board of Surgery. She has very strong credentials, was recognized by the Medical Association of Georgia's Jack A. Raines MD Humanitarian Award in 2014, is the co-founder of the Yankofa Project, which is a U.S. nonprofit that builds and supports sustainably staffed clinics in rural Ghana. Please help me welcome Dr. Deborah Martin.
Good morning. It's good to be here. I've met quite a few of you this year, and I hope to continue meeting you. I want to thank you for everything you're doing, and I know it's a real intense time here, but good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. We really appreciate our Doctor of the Day, and they perform a great service for us, and they have had to jump into action a few times this session, so it's a valuable service. Thank you. Now recognize the senator from the 15th for a point of personal privilege. I messed up, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today is Fort Valley today, and I just wanted to say on behalf of the senator from the 12th, Freddie Powell Sims, who could not be here today with us, that it's a great day to welcome to the Capitol the Fort Valley State University. Today is a significant day for Fort Valley State University as students, alumni, faculty, and leadership gather here at the Georgia Capitol. The annual event is our primary opportunity to highlight Fort Valley State's vital role as Georgia's only 1890 land-grant institution and to advocate for the resources that fuel the next giant step. At this moment, I'd like to acknowledge the leader of this outstanding institution. We thank him for his years of dedicated service to Fort Valley community and for guiding the next generation change makers. Please join me in a round of applause for President Paul Jones to celebrate his leadership and congratulate on his retirement this year. Let's give him a big round of applause. Yeah. We also have Karen D. Vinson, General Counsel, and Dr. Keith Howard, Dean of the College of Agriculture, also over here. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you. Thank you, members of the Senate. The Fort Valley State University delegation will be with us until 2 o'clock tonight. Today, I encourage you to engage with the faculty and staff, but especially with the talented scholars who have joined us as well. Thank you very much for saying welcome to the Fort Valley State University. They always come to Columbus with the great classic on the great leadership of Calvin Smyer and the Fort Valley State Alumni Association there. Thank you all. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
We're fortunate to have some special guests with us today. The Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 675 by Senator Wicks of the 34th and others, a resolution recognizing Echo Club Atlanta in celebration of 25 years of service and for other purposes. Whereas Echo Club Atlanta is a nonprofit organization that has served communities in Georgia, other parts of the United States, Nigeria, Canada, and the United Kingdom for more than 2 decades through medical outreach, food security initiatives, educational support, and volunteer service. And whereas for over 25 years, Echo Club Atlanta has supported causes through organizations such as Decatur MLK Service Project, Atlanta Food Bank, Horsey Feed the Hungry, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, among many other organizations in Georgia, including exporting medical outreach to Lagos, Nigeria, to help the most vulnerable members of the communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Echo Club Atlanta upon its 25th anniversary and extend best wishes for continued growth and success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none and the resolution is adopted. I'd like to call on the senator from the 34th to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to recognize and commend Echo Club Atlanta as it celebrates 25 years of outstanding service. For more than 2 decades, Echo Club Atlanta has made a meaningful impact not only here in Georgia, but also in communities across the United States and abroad through the humanitarian work, charitable service, educational support for food security initiative, and medical outreach. This organization has supported important causes through partnerships and groups such as Decatur MLK Service Project, Atlanta Food Bank, Hosanna Feed the Hungry, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, while also extending its reach internationally to service valuable communities in Lagos, Nigeria. Their work reflects a deep commitment and compassion service, community development, and its own fitting that we pause to honor their legacy and the contribution. Please help me welcome Lagos Echo Club Atlanta. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Blessings, the way we say it in the Echo Club. Your Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor of this great state of Georgia, distinguished members of the Senate, and members of the Georgia Senate, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Echo Club Atlanta, I stand before you with deep gratitude and humility to thank you for the resolution commending our organization on our 25th year anniversary. We are especially grateful to Lieutenant Governor Bud Jones, Senator Kenya Wicks of the 34th, Senator Davenport of the 17th, parent of the 44th, and Anderson of the 43rd, and the esteemed senators of this great state for recognizing our commitment to service, community, and our cultural unity. This honor is more than a recognition. It is a reflection of the shared values that unite us: compassion, collaboration, and belief that the strong communities are built through collective effort. Echo Club Atlanta remains dedicated to uplifting lives here in the state of Georgia and beyond through humanitarian outreach, partnership, and service-driven initiatives. Your recognition today strengthens our resolve to continue this work with even greater purpose. We accept this resolution not only with appreciation, but with renewed commitment to serve more, to give more, and to do more for the people and communities we represent. Together, we will continue to uplift communities. Together, we will continue to build bridges. And together, we will continue to make Georgia a proud state. Thank you for this great honor, and may God bless the state of Georgia. Thank you. And if you can you, members of the Echo Club Atlanta, can you start up in the audience? Please, a round of applause for them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We have more special guests with us today. The Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 731 by Senators Kemp of the 38th and others. A resolution congratulating the Creekside High School Seminoles football team upon winning the 2025 GHSA Class 4A State Football Championship and for other purposes. Whereas the Creekside High School Seminoles football team completed an extraordinary 15-0 undefeated season, defeating Benedictine 42-39 in the state championship game held on December 15th, 2025 at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And whereas this win was a historic accomplishment for the school and community as it was the program's first state championship since 2013. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body congratulate the Creekside High School Seminoles football team, head coach Maurice Dixon, and all coaches and staff on their outstanding accomplishment as the 2025 GHSA Class 4A state football champions, and wish them continued success on and off the field. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I call now upon the senator from the 73rd, 38th. To introduce our special guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I am very excited to rise today to recognize an amazing team that represents the very best of Georgia: discipline, excellence, and heart. We are honoring none other than the state championship Creekside High School football Seminole team, the 2025 GHSA Class 4A state champions. I think it's very important to re-emphasize the fact that this wasn't just any championship run. It was a perfect season. 15 wins, 0 losses. Capped off, it was capped off by a thrilling 42-39 victory right here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. But what makes this moment even more special is what it represents. It represents a community, South Fulton, showing up, believing, and pouring into its young people. It represents coaches and staff who demand excellence and build character. And it represents young men who chose discipline over distraction, teamwork over ego, and greatness over excuses. And so I am very happy to acknowledge head coach Maurice Dixon, his coaching staff. We have some assistant coaches and the team. Stand up, we gotta recognize y'all too. We couldn't fit them all here. We have them up there. And here on the rostrum, we are joined by team members Damian Henderson, Amarian Jones, Javon Perry, and Mr. Caden Benson, who is going to give us remarks on behalf of the team.
Hello, everybody. My name is Caden Benson, and on behalf of the Creekside Seminoles, I'd like to say thank you to the Senate for presenting us with this prestigious award. Obviously, I'd like to thank my fellow teammates, my coaches that are up there, my family, and obviously the Lord Most High. We couldn't be here without God and all the blessings that He presented upon us. So thank you, and try pride.
More special guests with us today. The Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 929 by Senators Burns of the 23rd and others, a resolution recognizing and commending the Georgia Forestry Commission's Telfair and Wheeler County Unit on being named the 2025 Unit of the Year for Service, the Emmanuel Candler Unit on being named the 2025 Unit of the Year for Community Engagement, Will Dale for being named the 2025 Wildland Firefighter of the Year, and Matthew O'Connor for being named the 2025 Forester of the Year and for other purposes. Whereas the Georgia Forestry Commission plays a critical role in protecting Georgia's natural resources, ensuring public safety, and supporting the citizens and landowners of this state through wildfire prevention and suppression, emergency response, forest management, and community assistance. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend the Telfair Wheeler County Unit, the Emmanuel Candler Unit, Will Dale, and Matthew O'Connor upon being named the Georgia Forestry Commission's 2025 Unit of the Year for Service, 2025 Unit of the Year for Community Engagement, 2025 Wildland Firefighter of the Year, and 2025 Forester of the Year, respectively. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It's my privilege to call on the senator from the 23rd to introduce our special guest, and one, I believe, that does not need an introduction.
All right. Colleagues, Smokey is in the house. It is an honor to welcome the Georgia Forestry Commission here to recognize their service to our state. They're the frontline defenders of our state's most vital natural resource. This body just passed Resolution 929 that officially commends them for their exemplary service. We recognize the best units and the best individuals that represent the Georgia Forestry Commission for the year 2025. They don't just simply manage our land, they protect our safety. I assure you, the firsthand knowledge of Hurricane Helene, they were on the front line everywhere I went in Senate District 23, 22, 21, 4, 19. I will tell you, Forestry Commission workers show up to help. We're honoring today the professional excellence and heroism of these servants, these public servants. I want to thank Wheeler and Telfair County's unit for being named the 2025 Unit of the Year. They're with us here. The Emmanuel County, my home county, and Candler County unit for being recognized for the 2025 Unit for Community Engagement. Two very special individuals, Will Dale of Habersham County is the 2025 Wildland Firefighter of the Year, and Matthew O'Connor is named the 2025 Forest of the Year. When I was growing up, Smokey was my idol. And I remember the motto. The motto was, what is the motto? Only you can prevent forest fires was the original, and now it's wildfires. I want to acknowledge and ask Commissioner Johnny Sabo to share a few remarks. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman Burns, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker Pro Tem. Appreciate this opportunity to recognize our folks. We also have some Georgia Forestry Commission employees here in the gallery with us, and thank you all for being here to support. Just want to take just a quick second to put a little meat on the bone. And when we say County Units of the Year for engagement and service and what that actually means, our Telfair Wheeler unit, Mr. Timmy Hartley back here, they burned over 5,200 acres in that hurricane debris, over 300 hours of plowing for landowners trying to open up fire breaks. And this one's really amazing to me. An average fire size of 2.6 acres and an average response time of 4 minutes. And so when I think about public service, a response time of 4 minutes, including nights, weekends, holidays, from a call to the time they're on to fire, I don't even know how that's possible. So thank y'all for that one, sir. Community engagement, Candler and Emmanuel counties, 7 forestry field days, 15 educational programs, 2 learn and burns, and 1 landowner supper, along with an extremely busy unit that quite honestly was right behind the service of the year. So just an exceptionally busy unit from them. Our Forester of the Year, Matt O'Connor. Matt is a relatively new supervisor to us. And 2 months after being a supervisor, we had Hurricane Helene. And we measure our foresters in the amount of cases that they do. And a case is anytime they worked with the landowner. Well, Matt, being a new supervisor, did 511 cases in a year. And I can tell you, if you get to work with a landowner, a lot of times they want to show every tree, everything that's happened. So 511 cases in a year is just phenomenal. Usually 400 is a really high benchmark, so just incredibly work. And then Will in Habersham County. So one thing that we have been doing a lot over the last couple of years is increasing our firefighting force in state, but also being able to assist our neighbors out of state. So Will has done a lot with training. He is one of our only qualified crew bosses. So when we see pictures of firefighters out west and there's 20 person crews that actually fight fire, Will is our leader that takes 19 other individuals, usually first time firefighters out west to do that. And I can't tell you how many letters I got back from states like Utah and New Mexico when he's out there just thanking him for his service. So understand that you have some of the best people representing you with the Georgia Forestry Commission. And personally, I just want to say thank you to this chamber for everything that you've done for us over the years, this year especially, and not just Georgia Forestry Commission, but the forest industry. So I want to smoke you up here because Senator Burns, that was perfect, saying only you can prevent wildfires. But one thing we do exceptionally well here in Georgia is we play offense. And by offense, I mean we are aggressive in our forest management. We have healthy forest markets, and we're working to make them healthier, right? We have some loss of industry. But those healthy forest markets, that's how we play offense. We manage our timber. We have a robust prescribed fire program. And that allows us to help better manage our wildfires when they do happen, because we average about 4,000 wildfires a year for those that don't know. So once again, Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity and appreciate this chamber.
Hop down here and let's get a picture real quick. Appreciate everything y'all do. I'm gonna stand in the back where I don't look so short. Tell you what, that's a great American right there. I don't care what he does. Can you see the steps?
Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to speak on a point of personal privilege? Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues. I want to tell you happy golf day. Today is golf day here in the Georgia State Senate. And many of you know my love and passion for golf. Spent almost 8 years in the business as a assistant golf professional, head golf professional, and just love the game as a whole. And when we think of golf in the state, many of us think about Augusta National, we think about East Lake, we think about Noonan Country Club, but there are actually 370 golf facilities around this state that contribute over $1.8 billion to this state's economy. Through charitable events and professional events, such as the Masters, the Tour Championship, Idle Hour member guest. Those types of events have contributed a combined $273 million and supported over 3,200 jobs to this great state. Capital expenditures, including new clubhouses, course expansions, and renovations, totaled nearly $240 million. And our golf wholesale and retail businesses have added another $1.1 billion and $176 million, respectively. So as you know, golf is a vital part of our economy in this state, also adding to tourism in this state. You'll see out on the second floor we have some trophies you can take pictures with. We have members in the audience with us in the gallery from the golf, representing the golf industry from various different trades across the industry. So y'all please welcome them. And again, happy golf day. We got great weather coming. And so let's go play more golf. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 6th is a pretty good golfer himself, if y'all ever played with him before. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. Recognize Senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. And I just love to give them the well every time this year as we wind down a session to remind everyone of something that will be coming up later in the year, in the fall of the year, and it's a big deal. This past year, in Georgia Pre-K Week, I had the great honor of reading to 27 different classrooms of pre-K children during the week of Pre-K Week. And I will tell you, if you haven't done it, make sure you take the opportunity to do it, because you're inspiring young people at the most inspirational age to reach out to these kids when they're just starting out in their own education. Georgia's pre-K program has served more than 2 million students since it began in 1992. Its voluntary and free program is open for all 4-year-olds in Georgia, regardless of their parental income. The program continues to be nationally recognized. In 2024, they had 70,000 students from across Georgia. In 2022 and 2023, Georgia ranked 9th best in the nation for access to pre-K for 4-year-olds. And it's a great honor to have these folks with us today. On your desk, you have a swag bag. And just go ahead and you also have been given an apple. So make sure you eat your apple or take it to your teacher. But also just to remind you that it's vitally important that every child learn to read and have these early starts, that we start our education with our kids, whether at home or in the school place, to start educating our children from the time they come out of the cradle. Because that early development in those early months and years of their life
is they're sponges. And if you really want to change a child's life and their destined outcome of their life, pour into them when they're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, because the reward is great. In the gallery, I think we have some Georgia Pre-K. If y'all would please stand up and let us honor you and thank y'all for being here today, and thank you for what you do for our kids. Mr. President, I will yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. We got a lot going on this great Thursday morning. Today is behavior health for our schools. They're here supporting the HB 26 that will help all mentally challenged young people who are in our public school system. So they were up. Are you still upstairs? I see that they moved most of them who were sitting there. We have about 40 young people here, some maybe from your district. But the main thing is, today is International Diaspora Day. You have a flyer on your desk, and I put one on there a couple of weeks ago asking you to wear your cultural or dresses or outfits or something about where you may have come from or your community may come from. But we also have Switzerland's ambassador, Perner. We have Ireland's Consulate General Grooms. We have Czech Republic, Monica Monica, can't pronounce his last name. Let's see, Vitrolikova. Something like that. Sorry, no disrespect intended. Haitian Consulate General, Pascal Mangos, Taiwan's Ambassador, Zhu Yang Wu, and Jamaican's Ambassador, and also their Consulate General, Dr. Elaine Bryant and Dr. Tina Foster Dungo. Colombia's Consulate General, Juan Carlos Rubino Valencia. Slovak Republic, John W. Woodward, and Congo's Ambassador from Cameroon, Didi Tumubo, and others who are going to be down in room 230 at 11 if you want to go and meet your consulate generals. And last thing, tomorrow is the City of South Fulton Day at the Capitol. So please join us. We have food at 8 a.m. If you come early, please come down and meet the mayor, Kamalitha Gums, and all of the other city council persons and the representatives. It's about 12 representatives that represent that area, and it's 3 of us, 4 with me. Jaha Howard, and I'm supposed to say the number, the 35th, the 38th, the 39th, and I'm the 28th. So please join us, and thank you very much, Mr. President, for letting me make this announcement.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, friends, people in the gallery,
I've got in my 49 years, I've witnessed a lot of great things. But this is unlike anything that I have seen in my lifetime. I rise today to recognize an 81-year marriage and their recent wedding anniversary. And so we've got some of their family members in the gallery today. So, if, Mr. President, if you'll just allow me just a few minutes, I wanted to present a special Senate resolution and allow everybody to understand the significance of this. Whereas Gene Brinson and Dovey Brinson were united in holy matrimony on February 14th, 1945 in Parker, Indiana, beginning a lifelong covenant of love, faith, and devotion that has now spanned more than 81 years. And whereas married at just 17 years of age, they chose commitment and faith as their foundation, knowing that Gene would soon be drafted to serve in World War II upon turning 18, and their courage and devotion to one another during that pivotal time laid the groundwork for a lifetime of steadfast partnership. And whereas throughout their marriage, Gene and Dovey have faithfully put God first in every aspect of their lives, and at 98 years of age, they continue to study God's Word, serving as a shining example of enduring faith and spiritual commitment. And whereas their union has been abundantly blessed with 6 children, all whom are living and continue to carry forward the values instilled by their parents, and whereas their legacy extends to 15 grandchildren, along with more than 20 great-grandchildren, and they're further blessed to be great-great-grandparents and great-great-great-grandparents to 3. And whereas after enjoying retirement in Silver Springs, Florida, they returned to Georgia more than 5 years ago to be closer to family, now regularly surrounded by 2 of their sons, 4 grandchildren, and 11 great-grandchildren. And whereas their 81 years of marriage represent not only a rare and extraordinary milestone, but also a living testimony of steadfast love, resilience through generations of change, devotion to faith, and unwavering commitment to family. And whereas Gene and Dovey Brinson's lives embody the highest ideals of marriage, service, faith, and family values that strengthen communities and inspire all who know their story. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body honor and commend Gene Brinson and Dovey Brinson on the celebration of their 81st wedding anniversary and express profound appreciation for the example of lifelong love and faithfulness they continue to demonstrate. And if the family members would mind if you would stand up, we would greatly appreciate that. We could honor and give you for your family and Gene and Dovey. Thank you so much for being here today. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Recognize Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege to recognize 2 extraordinary public servants and even more extraordinary women, Ms. Tarika Jackson and Ms. Cindy West. For the past 25 years, Ms. Jackson has faithfully served the state of Georgia with professionalism, dedication, and grace. Her commitment to her work and to the people of this great state is truly exceptional. Ms. West likewise has distinguished herself as someone many regard as among the very best they have encountered. According to those who work most closely with her, she is dedicated, trustworthy, and indispensable to the work of this body. Our legislative assistants mean so much to us and help us serve our constituents and be effective in the role we play up here in the state Senate. And these 2 ladies are outstanding in that field and have set a great example of how servant leadership should look. On behalf of the Senate, we extend our sincere gratitude to both of you for your faithful service. We're thankful for your hard work, your leadership, and the heart you bring to this institution each day. Congratulations and thank you for 25 years of service, Miss Jackson and Miss West, and thank you both for all you do for the state of Georgia. Would you join me in giving them a warm thank you? Clearly,
they're two of the best right there. Two of the best.
Clearly, they started when they were about 15, I guess. And we've got a certificate to recognize their service, too, that I'll present. Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, too. Wonderful, wonderful ladies. Recognize Senator 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if they're with us still or not, but we had the Rock Springs Church, it's the Rock Springs Christian School. Their wrestling team was with us. They may have stepped over to the other side of the house to get a picture, but they have won the state championship for the Georgia Association of Private Schools and Parochial Schools. They have this is their second time. They won it in 2024 and 2026. They're a school that's part of Rock Springs Church, of which Pastor Benny Tate is a part of, as y'all see him usually here as our chaplain of the day. But we wanted to recognize them for their state championship, but I think they may have headed to the other side. If anybody's up there, I don't see them, but we wanted to recognize them. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today to recognize Denise Rumbaugh. We've got a resolution for her. Her son also joins her today, Thaden, and his good friend Jackson. They're in the back of the room. Denise, she has demonstrated unwavering commitment to the betterment of Gwinnett County through her tireless service across a wide range of civic, educational, and governmental roles. She served as the vice chairwoman of the Gwinnett County Zoning Board of Appeals. She also served on the Gwinnett County Budget Review Committee, and she served on countless education committees and boards. She has lived in Gwinnett for a number of years, and she's dedicated her life to make sure that Gwinnett is a better place than when she came. So we've got this resolution. Colleagues, if you would, give a hand to Denise. She's in the back of the room. Thank you all very much.
Recognize Senator from the 17th.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just rise today for one moment for Women's History Month. I'd like to recognize the life and legacy of Mrs. Virginia E. Roberts, one of my teachers at the all-black W.A. Fountain Elementary and High School in Forest Park, Clayton County, Georgia. Mrs. Roberts is one of the teachers that taught us to be all we could be and to be the best at it. And she helped to shape my life. And visiting with us today in this chamber is her son and one of my classmates at Fountain School, Mr. Marty Roberts Jr. His mother and father both taught there. His father was the principal, Mrs. Roberts' husband, but Marty is a retired manager of corporate communications at BMW of North America in Woodcliff Lake.
The senator from Gwinnett County, Grayson, Georgia. The Mighty Knights? Okay. All right, well, come on up here, Senator. I think you got some special guests you want to recognize.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to recognize and celebrate the city of Grayson, right over here, yes. And I happen to live right in the heart of Grayson, just down the street from the city council. So it is led by Mayor Alison Wilkerson and members of the city council, Councilman Gillespie, Foreman, and our new councilwoman, Rochelle Wright. So let's welcome them, and I want to commend the mayor and the city council for their commitment and thoughtful leadership and service and growth to the city of Grayson and preserving the character of Grayson. Grayson is like a small town, but it's like a big small town. But it's a very nice city, and your work does not go unnoticed. I know it's hard work, and you play a vital role in making sure that we all thrive and the city thrives and our families thrive. So it is truly an honor to recognize the city of Grayson and our Grayson members of the city council and those who take the time and give their service to make Grayson a special place. So if y'all would, just let's acknowledge them and thank them for the work that they're doing. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Does any other senators wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from consent calendar? Recognize the senator from the 39th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that SR 968 be removed from the privileged consent calendar for technical reasons and be referred to committee.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 968 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Dr. Whitaker and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Yeah, we'll sign it rules, Senator. Thank you. Is there objection to the adoption of resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Are there any other motions to withdraw or commit? Recognize the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that HB 960 be withdrawn from the Committee on Judiciary and committed to the Committee on Ethics.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 960 by Representatives Clark of the 108th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 15-6-2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the number of judges of Superior Courts so as to provide for a 12th judge of the Superior Courts of the Gwinnett Judicial Circuit, to provide for the appointment of such additional judge by the governor, to provide for the election of successors to the judge initially appointed, to prescribe the powers of such judge, to prescribe the compensation, salary, and expense allowance of such judge to be paid by the state of Georgia and the counties comprising said circuit, to authorize and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Have an objection. Senator from the 27th, would you like to speak to you? You waive. Would you like to speak to your objection? So we will vote on it. All those in favor of the Senator from 27th's motion to withdraw and recommit House Bill 960 from Judiciary to Ethics. All those in favor of that motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 20, and this bill has been recommitted to ethics. Recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that House Bill 1193 be withdrawn from the Committee on Education and Youth and committed to the Committee on Appropriations.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1193 by Representatives Erwin of the 32nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to promote and advance statewide literacy and reading education efforts to include quality basic education funding for school-based literacy coaches in each public school in this state with students in any grades of kindergarten through 3 to provide for duties and responsibility of the Georgia Council on Literacy to require all children to attend kindergarten prior to enrolling in first grade. And for other purposes, Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Hearing none, House Bill 1193 will be moved from Education and Youth to Appropriations. Thank you. You have before you a consent calendar of local bills. Mr. Secretary, has there been any objections to the consent calendar?
No objections have been filed, Mr. President.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Questions on the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar? All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. This bill on the local calendar, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize Majority Leader.
Mr. President, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic.
You look fantastic.
I'm doing fantastic. If I was any better, I'd be the Majority Leader.
Well, that's hard to do some days. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that HB 165 be engrossed.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 165 by Representatives Franklin of the 160th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to repeal and reserve an income tax credit for business enterprises for leased motor vehicles, to exempt from sales and use taxation property used in construction, renovation, and rehabilitation of affordable housing by nonprofit organizations, to repeal sales and use tax exemptions for certain admissions to view film or videotapes and the sale of certain machinery and equipment used to improve air quality, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Senator, I'm going to start thinking you're a negative person. I mean, just object to everything here. Why they pick the nicest one to object to everything, huh? All right, we have objection. Senator from the Majority Leader has asked for engrossment on House Bill 165. All those in favor of engrossment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 32, the nays are 20, and House Bill 165 is engrossed. Secretary read House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representative Jones of the 47th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to vocational, technical, and adult education so as to provide updated eligibility requirements for the Dual Achievement Program, to provide for continued eligibility for students already enrolled in the program, to provide for the creation of a funding formula, to provide for policies, rules, and regulations to repeal provisions regarding participation agreements, QBE funding, and accountability assessments for the program, to provide for continuation of the program and eliminate a provision providing for automatic repeal, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, first bill of the day, House Bill 1293. Getting our kids across the finish line into meaningful careers is one of the most important things we can do as adults and as legislators. This program and this bill is designed to make permanent the expansion and the dual achievement program from the pilot to statewide status. It offers tutoring and counseling services to assist students ages 18 to 22 to get their high school diploma and 2 certificates or a technical associate degree. Students ages 16 to 17 who do not have a completion school in their attendance zone may also participate.
The TCSG Board of Education and Office of Planning and Budget will develop the funding formula to pay for counseling and tutoring for the program beginning fiscal year 2028 and report it to the General Assembly. Happy to walk through the bill, but I know we got a full calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Ask your favorable passage of this bill. Y'all have a great day.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. What time are you going to take lunch? You want to take lunch right now? Go ahead. Get through a couple of bills and then start. Yeah, 12:30. Do 1:15, 1:30. Just do our lunch. 1:30. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 1391.
House Bill 1391 by Representatives Fleming of the 114th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-2-86 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to license plates promoting or supporting certain agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations with proceeds dispersed to the general fund and the agency, fund, or nonprofit corporation so as to establish a specialty license plate honoring public safety officers, to provide for related matters, to provide for compliance with constitutional requirements, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 56th to speak to this House bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a license plate for the Department of Public Safety. It goes to the proceeds of the Foundation for Our Finest. Thank you for your support. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to pass the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 33rd, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say that was nice and efficient because of your leadership.
Thank you, Senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary, read the caption to H.R. 251.
House Resolution 251 by Representatives New of the 40th and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide that all probate judges shall be elected in nonpartisan elections, to provide for related matters, to provide for submission of this amendment for ratification or rejection, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Judiciary recommends that this resolution do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 42nd District, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 42nd to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring you House Resolution 251. What this resolution is doing is making the last group of our judges in our state that still, some of which, still 53 of them, still run as partisan, make them nonpartisan. This will make our probate court judges nonpartisan judges. A probate court's a place that so many citizens interact with after, of course, dealing with estates and other matters, and I think it helps encourage overall more confidence in our judicial system to have judges elected in a nonpartisan way. You'll see in your desk, speaking of nonpartisanship or bipartisanship, a letter that's signed by former governors Roy Barnes and Nathan Deal asking for this bill, supporting this bill, and also you heard the State Judiciary this year, our Chief Justice Peterson also asking us to pass this to help restore more confidence in our justice system. Happy to take any questions.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there recognize senator from the 22nd to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, speaking actually to two of them. Let me start by saying the nature of governing is the art of compromise, where opposing parties settle differences through mutual compromise, aiming for a consensus that makes both feel understood and respected. And today, that is what we're asking, that the will of the millions of Georgians that are sentenced here today, that their will is understood and respected, that their will continue. Those who vote for us expect us to continue to fight for health care, education, legislation aimed at solving problems, legislation to be stopped that could negatively impact them. And one way that we can make their voice heard, to make Georgians' voices heard, is through negotiations with the opposite party. And negotiations is nothing new. For the past 11 years since I have been here, we have negotiated on bills such as this so we could make sure that everyone's voice is heard. This negotiation was done through a mutual understanding that millions of Georgian voices should not be silenced, that the practice of compromise was necessary to effective government. But unfortunately, that has been discarded today. And we cannot sit idly by and allow our people's voices not to be heard. Two bills scheduled to be called if they do not reach the necessary required majority. I will tell persons first is not over, but please make sure to understand that the goal was to make sure that everyone's voice was heard today. That is the goal that we always have. And that is the goal for 11 years that has been accomplished. For 11 years, we've had bills such as this, and we understood that that was the key to compromise. So there may be a lot of vitriol coming from other folks, not from me today, because today is actually a sad day, because the day that for 11 years, whether I was in leadership position or not, it was always a moment to compromise. It was always a moment for negotiation. It was always a moment to show Georgians how great their state really could be. But unfortunately today, we will not be able to do that. And we would not, unfortunately, be able to advance our causes dealing with health care, child care, poverty, child poverty, education. And so therefore, because our millions of voices will not be heard, we have to not vote for these two pieces of legislation. It's not about casting blame. It is about actually saying what this body has done for the past 11 years, how this body has operated, always understanding that is for the betterment of the people of this state. And that sometimes when two sides come together, as we did not long ago, and everyone clapped, that is what's best for our state. And so today's votes are not about partisanship. They're not about trying to one-up anyone. The votes are about trying to make sure that millions of Georgians' voices are heard. And we continue to fight for that over the next 6 days within this body. And with that, I yield the will. Thank you.
Senator from the 42nd, what purpose do you rise?
I had questions for the senator in the well.
He yielded the well, Senator. State your inquiry.
Mr. President, isn't it true that one of the things that people don't like about Washington, D.C. is all the politics that get played? And you have issues that go before Washington, D.C. that help real people, that people agree on, but because of politics, those issues don't move. And that's one of the things that makes state politics in Georgia different. As we try to work together, we pass meaningful legislation, and that all this bill is going to do is make our probate court judges nonpartisan. Isn't it also true that the Democrats who are opposing this bill voted for it in committee and are simply opposing it today just to play politics? And what they're really doing is creating more distrust in the process, and at the same time using this bill create more distrust in our legal system. Isn't that true?
Senator, I'll answer your first question by saying yes, my constituents do oftentimes express frustration with the gridlock in D.C. This answer to your second question, I don't know what the intent is of the minority party, and I don't want to, speculate on what that is. Recognize the senator from the 31st to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I do agree with the senator from the 42nd. This should be a pretty simple bill. It's a nonpartisan bill. We're supposed to be setting up for a nonpartisan discussion. But as the senator from Henry County discussed, it seems like this is kind of what we want to do, and we sort of don't get our way on things. I think the citizens in the state want us to help them with affordability and lower taxes, easier access to health care, just like that vote we took to help cancer patients get more access to health care. All we watch on the news every single day is Washington, D.C. can't get a single thing done. I don't know if anybody's got a text message or a call from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. I'm sure the line is probably 90 minutes, 120 minutes, 180 minutes, maybe 3 hours. I don't know what it is right now, because that is dysfunction by the minority party and Chuck Schumer in Washington, D.C. So I hope that as we move forward, we're not just going to, we got plenty of time. We're going to have plenty of things to debate. It's going to be fun. We're going to enjoy it. But on such a bill like this that we want to slow this Senate down, I guess that's y'all's prerogative. But again, like I said yesterday, the citizens are watching. You're not going to score bonus points at the ballot box by doing this today. The media, they're not even standing at their cameras back there looking at us, watching us do this. So, this kind of looks a little silly. But Mr. President, I hope that, we just continue to do the state and the citizens' work, and that is what we're going to continue to fight for every single day. And I yield the will. Unless there's questions.
You do have questions? No questions, Senator. These folks want to come to the... sorry. Chair recognizes Senator from the 38th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my good colleague Yield.
How are you?
Is it not true that yesterday the minority party tried to raise the minimum wage in the state of Georgia, which is actually lower than the federal minimum wage?
Yes, and I would state raising the minimum wage in Georgia actually puts more people on the streets, makes it harder for them to get jobs, because all you're doing is raising the price of business for people to actually help them, hire them, provide them health care. All it's doing is putting a greater squeeze on middle and lower income families in Georgia.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Definitely to my friend.
Would it not stand to reason that if people made more money when they work, they would be able to afford the higher cost of living that they're experiencing right now, including higher gas prices as a result of a war that was unnecessary to go into in the first place?
I mean, I hear the political statement there, but at the end of the day with the policy, if you're going to raise the minimum wage on a small business person, hiring a student that's working in high school or college right now, all you're doing is driving up that business owner's costs to basically prevent them from hiring that student from able to go to work. Right now, we're dealing with a lot of costs that are happening across America. Most of them have, we inherited from your party, and I know your party loves Donald Trump as much as we love Sleepy Joe Biden at the end of the day. But these wars in Iran would not be happening if John Kerry and President Obama didn't loan them money, give them money, and the Ayatollah wouldn't be murdering hundreds of thousands of folks every single day. So, I mean, we can go through this debate, my dear friend, but history is history.
Would you be willing to yield for two more questions?
Please, go for it.
Is it not further true that yesterday the minority party tried to ensure that the cost of data centers is not passed on to citizens in this state?
All I know is the majority party has passed a bill to basically address costs related to data centers. I think most of us have been very open and honest is that there needs to be more done to address these costs. I think the power companies need to address and lower prices. I think that is what citizens expect of this body. And at the end of the day, when we leave decisions up to politicians like many folks who are in this room or on the PSC or serving in other offices, the people should hold those politicians accountable every single day to the votes and decisions they make. And so, as I stated yesterday, I look forward to those discussions and debates that you and I are going to have between now and November in terms of what the citizens do want, in terms of the future and pride of Georgia and America, and living the American dream, or the policies that we continue to see that are going to take us down these rabbit holes that have put California, Illinois, New York, all these states in debt that they're trying to reel out of now because their people are now moving to states like Georgia.
And so would you agree with me that our electorate is smart enough to understand that us voting no on an amendment, a constitutional amendment, is also, in the spirit of the fact that yesterday we had an opportunity to take votes on some very important matters, and instead of having the confidence and the gall to take a vote on raising the minimum wage and also ensuring the data centers cost is not trickled down onto the everyday Georgian, that a vote against this constitutional amendment, folks are smart enough to understand that we are pushing back on the fact that the argument of germaneness and making sure that we are following Senate rules, which we were doing yesterday, that the leverage of our party, the minority party, is at stake when we are not brought to the table to have conversations. Would you not agree that the electorate is smart enough to understand why a no vote would be taken today?
I mean, Senator, I would respectfully disagree. Your party has voted twice against removing subsidies for data centers. Twice. Maybe 3 times. There's another time maybe I don't know about. So we can keep going back and forth, but the record is very clear in terms of, I think, where your party has stood in terms of lowering costs when it comes to families, when it comes to addressing the issues with data centers, whether it's increasing the minimum wage and making it harder for middle class, low income families to get a job, putting a greater burden on the thriving small businesses that historically Georgia has had for many years in this state. So I think as we continue to have this debate, you have every right, obviously, to push back. I do agree with one thing you said. I do think most of the citizens in the state are probably a lot smarter than a lot of us in this room. I do agree with you, Senator, to that point. But I hope as we move forward, I look forward to having these debates with you, Senator, from the 38th, and we just get the work done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from the 13th, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a couple of years ago, here in this body here, my probate judge came to me, and she's a very fine person. She said, I need to be able to give justice without prejudice. She said, right now I'm running on the Republican Party, and I deal with Republicans. I don't deal with Republicans. I don't deal with Democrats. I deal with people. And she said, I don't want the people coming before me thinking that because I ran on the Republican Party means that I'm biased one way or the other toward how I deliver my findings. And I took her and I went through, that was back before Mr. Richard, who was Rules Chairman, passed away on the House side. And he wasn't for doing away with these type things. He was against this kind of stuff about making everybody nonpartisan. And I sat down and talked with him, and I told him what was going on. He said, you know, I'm okay with this. When it comes for the Rules Committee, I'll help you push this through because we need to get this done. This is one area I do believe that needs to be nonpartisan because all judges, in my humble opinion, and I'm not lawyer, should be focused on the issue, not on the party. So I support this bill. I think the judges should be. There's only 53 of them left. Yesterday was yesterday, folks. Today is today. We got to work together. We got to move on. We can't keep beating the horse. I'm just telling you, this is a good bill, and it's good for your probate people in your area. I support the bill. Any questions, Mr. President? I'll take them.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you. Please vote for the bill. Thank you.
Senator from the 41st, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in opposition to this resolution. My colleague from the 22nd, the leader, has already talked about the way that good policy is made is through the art of compromise. And this is a moment where we had an opportunity to actually engage in compromise. The majority party knew that it took votes from the minority party in order to pass a 2/3 vote. And you've chosen to still not engage in compromise with us. And so that's one of the reasons, but I also want to talk about what's on the face of the bill. You see, I have a probate judge who is elected on a partisan ballot, and I trust her enough, believe in her enough to know that she's able to do her job without prejudice, regardless of party. I believe in my judges, and to be clear, my DAs as well, that they are professional enough, that they are intelligent enough, and that they have enough integrity to judge without bias, even though they are elected on a partisan ballot. Now, some of you all from other places, obviously you don't have the same judges that I have, and so maybe your judges are struggling with that, but if they are, that's an integrity issue, not a ballot partisan issue. If your judges, probate judges, are not able to exercise the law without partisan leanings, if they are not able to be blind to that, that's a problem with the judge. Vote them out on their partisan ballot. This fundamentally is about lowering the number of people who actually go to the polls and vote. Because we know when we move them off of the major ballot, you go to much smaller elections with a much smaller turnout, where in fact I think we actually increase the likelihood and the risk of getting extremely partisan judges, even though it's a nonpartisan race. So I object on two principles. One, again, the art of policy is about compromise. And we are tired of the majority party failing time and time again to compromise, to at least engage with us in order to create a better democracy. Georgians are better, Georgians benefit when we have a two-party system that functions. And you all have chosen, the majority party has chosen to make sure we remain dysfunctional. And then secondarily, I oppose this fundamentally because I believe that my probate judge, and I actually believe that the probate judges around the area are professional enough and have enough integrity to be able to be elected on a partisan bill and to still act as judges who are nonpartisan in their enactment of the law. With that, I will yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. I recognize the senator from the 50th to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise because something that's going on in this chamber is exactly why this bill needs to pass. Partisan politics. Yesterday, we voted almost unanimously for magistrate judges to be nonpartisan. And today, because of politics and because of things that happened yesterday, the minority party is locking down and they're not going to vote for this bill. That is exactly why we need nonpartisan judgeships, because when you let partisan politics impact good policy, when you let partisan politics impact a system that's supposed to be blind, the justice system is supposed to be blind, the outcome can be detrimental. Please support this bill. You know as well as I do, I try to work with both sides of the aisle as much as I can, and I will continue to do this. This bill is something that we need. We need the nonpartisan elections, or at least allow our constituents the ability to vote on it. Mr. President, I'm just asking today, don't let partisan politics get in the way of something that you did vote for yesterday and would have voted for if not for partisan politics. With that, I yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Per Senate rule, we will let the senator from the 42nd close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every time there is a group of students at this Capitol and I get to talk to them, the first thing I try to say, because I want to leave this impression with them, is we are not like Washington, D.C. We get things done around here. 90% of the bills on the Senate floor are not partisan. A lot of our discussions, as we had at 10 o'clock last night in committee, in Health Committee, are not partisan discussions. They're legitimate debates about policy. Today, if it goes as some are threatening, as minority party is threatening, we're going to be like Washington, D.C. Because nobody's really opposed to this bill. It passed unanimously in committee. And not to pick on my friend, the minority whip, but there's one important fact she left out. In DeKalb County, the probate court judge that she's very proud of, that she talked about how great they are able to do their job and how maybe some of y'all's judges can't deal with the partisan issue. That judge is nonpartisan. The probate court judge, Judge Hargrove of DeKalb County, is a nonpartisan judge. In fact, last year, there was a House bill, a local bill for DeKalb County, House Bill 426, that made their chief magistrate court judge nonpartisan. That was the last partisan judge left in DeKalb County. The whole point I'm making is this is all politics. There was discussion about minimum wage, maybe the Iranian war. That's not what this bill's about. This bill is about restoring confidence in our judicial system and making certain that the last judges we have in our state that are elected with their RRD by their name are nonpartisan. And we're going to pick this very issue to create a partisan fight. We're going to hold this up and act like Washington, D.C. over this. What kind of message are we sending? If you vote red, then you believe the citizens of our state should not be able to vote because this is a constitutional amendment. They'll vote on this if we pass this. If you vote red, you don't trust the citizens of our state to even get to vote as whether or not they want to make sure all their judges are not partisan. A red vote says you want to politicize our judicial system. A red vote continues to erode confidence in our judicial system. Don't come and lecture from this well that anybody's doing anything to hurt confidence in our judicial system if you vote red today. Members of the Senate, I hope that I won't be here at 10 o'clock tonight in committee, though we're heading that direction. And I hope that when I see the next group of young people out in the hall or across the street here at the Capitol, that I hope they aren't watching this, so I can continue to give that speech that we're not like Washington, D.C. With that, I'll yield the will.
Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 31 and the nays are 18. This resolution, having failed to receive the requisite two-thirds constitutional majority, is therefore lost. Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd. What purpose do you rise?
Serve notice of my intention to seek reconsideration of this measure.
Thank you for the notice, Senator. Appropriate time will be tomorrow for reconsideration. Senators, we're going to keep working. There are lunches available in the ante room. Secretary, read the caption to H.R. 1243.
House Resolution 1243 by Representatives Martin of the 49th and others. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize creation of the Georgia Next Generation 911 Fund to provide for submission of this amendment for ratification or rejection and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 30th to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Today I bring forward House Resolution 1243, which proposes a constitutional amendment to create the Georgia Next Generation 911 Fund. The resolution provides that monies in the fund shall exclusively be used for the expansion, maintenance, and operation of 911 systems throughout the state, including the transition to Next Generation 911, and ensures that all funds deposited will not lapse. This amendment does not increase the current 911 fee. It simply creates the account. Any decisions about how those funds are distributed will come later through enabling legislation. I would also point out this resolution passed 162-0 in the House. And I was going to ask for your favorable consideration at this point, but I'm hearing that my friends across the aisle is going to lock down on this resolution as well. Public safety isn't and should not be a partisan issue. If you vote no on this resolution, you're telling your constituents across this state the next time a natural disaster happens like Hurricane Helene comes through our state and devastates it, their calls will probably go unanswered. Next Gen 911 can change the game of how our public safety officers can get to the victims, which are our constituents. We've seen this in North Carolina. Their Next Gen 911 system worked flawlessly. Calls were being answered throughout the state. Public safety personnel was being sent to those victims. I would think long and hard before I vote no on this resolution, but we won't play party politics for the lives of our Georgians. By all means, vote no. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I'll yield the well.
Senator from the 56, you're recognized to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have worked on the Next Generation 911 issue for many years, and candidly, as a state, we're a bit behind. As the bill's sponsor just said, this saves lives. I understand sometimes there will be political posturing in this chamber, and I've seen it over my tenure here. And while I think it was an error to vote against partisan judges and giving the people a will, this is very different, folks. If you vote no on this bill today, don't tell me that you support our police officers. Don't tell me you support our firefighters. Don't tell me you support our EMS or our 911 dispatch ever again. Don't tell me that you support your people at home when you have a chance to help save their lives and you're going to put politics ahead of it. Shame on anybody who does not vote green to protect the people's lives in this state. This is not political partisanship. This is about saving people's lives. You got voted in this office to do the right thing. And I expect, and the people who elected you expect you to do the right thing. And I sure hope you'll put that aside and vote green and do the right thing. I yield the well.
Senator from the 22nd is recognized.
As a member, thank you, Mr. President. As a member of the minority, one of the things that we have to do is count votes. Every bill that we have is important to us. I have bills that have been important to me over the years, and you know what I had to do? Was go to members of the majority party and say, do I have your vote? When everything's something that important, you go and make sure that the votes are there. That's what you do. That's actually the nature of politics, as persons are now coming up here and saying, if you really are that concerned about it, you'd have came and said, hey, I know we have this standing policy for 11 years that you've been here, longer than that probably, but certainly the last 11 years you're being here. We want to make sure that we have your vote. So it's actually the height of arrogance to stand here and say that you don't care about this or that. Do you care about it? Because you understood exactly what it would take to get these votes. And you decided not to talk. That's Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is not talking. Actually, what used to exist in this Georgia Senate was talking, was compromise, was actually saying, how can I get your vote? What do I need maybe to change on this particular legislation? And it's a little bit different, but that's what we have to do all the time. And we accept that. And everyone should accept that. That to get something passed, you have to make sure you have the votes. And if it truly matters to you, then that's what you would do. Because if I present a bill and it doesn't go through a committee, and my constituent then asks and says, well, why didn't that bill pass? Well, I didn't know if I had the votes or not. You know the first question they're going to ask me? Even if they're not into politics, it's a very easy question. Did you talk to the committee members? No. I don't have to talk to them. I refuse to talk to them. I don't have to hear what their concerns are. I'm just going to take this bill up and I'm going to see what happens. And they would say, have you lost your mind? That's how you do governing? That you wouldn't actually go in front of the committee members, you wouldn't actually try to grab them and say, hey, this is something, I know it's coming from a Democrat. I know initially you may be like, maybe I shouldn't vote for it, but this is why it's good. They would ask me, what are you doing? That's not a sign of intelligence. That's not a sign that you cared about my issue. That's a sign that you don't care. Because you didn't do what it took to actually get this through. And what is actually being said is now we're becoming like DC, refusing to talk. And second, when you go and you tell everybody that you didn't care, who cared and who didn't care, when they ask you that question, well, did you go talk? If this is 11 years that you've been doing this, why would you break that protocol? What are you going to say? I don't have to talk to them? They just do what I tell them to do? No, that's not good government. And all the yelling and screaming and talking about who cares about what doesn't change the fact that 11 years, talking always got these bills through. And for whatever reason this year, it was decided we're not saying anything to you. And that's fine. That's how governing sometimes works, in the sense that we then have no other choices. It's not that we don't care, but we're sent here by people who elect us. And they're going to ask us, well, what do you do to try to get your stuff through? What do you do to try to stop things? I don't do anything. I just allow them to tell me whatever they want. They're not going to accept that. Your constituents wouldn't accept that. And that's not what good government is. And every single one of you know it. Because even though many of you are in the majority, you have to ask if you have the votes. And when it's a close vote on the committee, you know what you do then? You actually come to Democrats and say, hey, this may be close. Some of my own members are not in favor of this. Where do you stand? That's what I always loved about this place. That's what I always told people, that's what you don't see on TV, is that. And that's lost today. So you can do your sound clips and whatever you may want to do, but that's not the truth here, and you know that. That is not. And I also want to segue back one part about these partisan judges. There are actually more Republican probate judges than there are Democrats. So are you really saying that every ruling that these people have made have been wrong because they had the Republican title by them? Is that the argument that you're truly making? And when you realize that that's not the argument you're truly making, then I hope people realize that all these arguments is just as specious. Because that's what's been said today. My judges tell me they can't be impartial because they have a Republican by their name. Then if that's the case, we need to do an investigation, because they have ruined people's lives. And I think you need to go to the JQC and tell them that your judges have actually done partisan decisions. But it's not the case. And you know it's not the case. The same way you know that you should have come, as it's been the tradition for 11 years, and talked to the minority party. And as I tell people who are watching, all is not lost. Don't get caught up in the rhetoric. But if you want a bill passed the same way my constituents would ask me, you need to go talk to those Republicans. You know doggone well that they're not just going to fall for one of your bills. They're not just going to pass one of your bills. If you can get another hearing on that bill, you need to go talk to them. That's what they would tell me. And they would be right. It is you who are in here today acting like DC. We're going to do what we want to do. If these things were that important, you would have spoken to us. With that, I yield the well.
I recognize the senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I sat in my desk and I listened to the debate and the arguments that were made about don't say what you do and what you don't do, then, Mr. President, the argument could then be made in what I call a juxtaposition that on yesterday, where the minority caucus believed in the consumer Utility Council that when the germaneness was ruled and the amendments were thrown out and we appealed the ruling of the chair, that the folks that agreed with us on the Consumer Utility Council, they would have voted with us so that that amendment could have been voted up or down. But that did not happen on yesterday. And so, Mr. President, it is mighty convenient that when there's something that requires a minority caucus, which is a 2/3 vote, we can count, and so can a majority caucus. If you cannot come to the table and work with us, if you cannot bring us to the table to negotiate with us at the table, then how can we work together? Because this is not a dictatorship where we will do what the majority says. Unfortunately, in the 2nd Senatorial District, I was elected by 7% of the people in that district, overwhelmingly Democratic, and you were elected by your constituencies that may be overwhelmingly Republican, and there may be some folks that have a crossover appeal, and that's absolutely correct. However, I represent all of those constituents. But what I will say, Mr. President, to you colleagues is that you cannot just say my voice is less important because I'm not in the majority. You can't say that the senator from the 22nd's voice as minority leader is not as important because he is not in the majority. We all know that this building is a complex negotiation. However, it does not have to be this way. Many times I have objected to engrossment when the senator from the 51st was majority leader and simply asked, can you just give us a list of all the bills you're going to engross so that we know what all you're going to engross, and just give us a list, and then we'll object. We don't have to go and debate every engrossment, but it's just what's called common decency. And common decency in the golden rule says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So now if the shoe was reversed and this was on the other side, how would you feel if we didn't talk to you all about a 2/3 vote and we put it on the calendar and said, you're going to vote on it whether we like it or not? Well, no, Mr. President. I don't know how to do things in the metro area, but down in East Georgia on the coast, it doesn't work like that with me. You got to have a conversation with me. I just don't tend to go along to get along. And so don't tell me about I don't support law enforcement, I don't support Next Gen 911 and all those. Don't say that, Mr. President. What I support is working together, having some compromise, having some dialogue, having some conversation. But to quote the senator from the 29th, that takes a little backbone sometimes, where those who are in leadership got to have a little backbone. And you have to put pride aside to do the right thing. And sometimes, just like we've learned in the minority caucus, if we do something, it's punitive. If it goes this way, it's that way. You got all the bells and whistles, but when it comes down to a 2/3 vote, you know who you need? The minority caucus. And so all we're asking you to do is do the right thing. Come talk to us. Because there are things that have to move along in this body, and unfortunately, there's still more days left in this legislative calendar, and there's still going to be an opportunity for us to work together and do those things. But I would just say, don't come lecture us about we don't support this or we don't support that. We absolutely overwhelmingly do. But if it was that important, you would have come and talked to us. And that's the crux of this. If it was that important, you would have came and talked to us. And that's all we ask you to do. And many of you that are still in this chamber listening to my speech, you all have done the very same thing. As we've sat in many committee meetings, we've worked together to find compromise to get things done, and we've had conversations. However, if those who are making decisions don't want to have the conversations, I challenge you to challenge them to have the conversation. Because if we can do it on every other occurrence, we certainly could have done it this way. It doesn't take us much to do the right thing, and you have to do the right thing when nobody is looking. And so, Mr. President, I absolutely support law enforcement. I support 911. I support all that. But until we can find a way to work together in this chamber, I'm going to vote no. And then maybe we can come together and figure out a way to move forward. And then, you know what? Move for reconsideration. Because then maybe you get a few days to come and work with us. And it's not that difficult to work with us. We're not that hard to get along with. Many of you I've served with in the House and serving with in this body will come back in the next biennium, and some folks won't even be here. But I hope what we will do is set a course that we will work together moving forward. Because if the new style of politics is going to be the way that we're going, well, I want you to know that ship is like the Titanic, and it soon will sink. Because we might be in the minority today, and you might be in the majority today, but soon the roles will be reversed. And what would you do if you were in the minority and we did it to you? So with that, Mr. President, I will yield the well and closing leave you this. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's the golden rule. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
I recognize the senator from the 29th.
heard the senator from the 22nd talk about arrogance. I don't think I've witnessed as much arrogance from either side of the aisle until the discussion on this bill. If you don't discuss it with me, if you don't come and ask me, then I'm not going to vote for it. You know, you have to come and knock on my door, come to my office, sit down and ask me for something, or I'm not going to support it. I don't know if y'all know this, but the third signer on this House resolution is the minority leader in the House, who happens to be part of my delegation. So, we're here talking about next generation 911. This is the hill that you choose to get on top of and pout. This bill was unanimous in committee. Democrats in the committee voted it out. So did somebody not talk to them, or did they not sit there and ask questions? But here we are, and now people are walking around stomping like a 5-year-old because somebody didn't ask them. You didn't come to me. Listen, if it's something that's not that important to you, then fine, don't. If it's something that doesn't really affect you, then fine, don't. I stood in this well last week and told you about my wife being attacked in Fulton County, about somebody opening up the car door on my wife's car at a red light and trying to pull my wife out of it. My wife called Fulton County 911 twice and got sent to voicemail. So if it's your relative and they pull them out of the car, try to pull them out of the car, does it matter to you that it goes to voicemail? And let me tell you, when I go back to my district or I go back to any other district and they ask me, hey, Randy, why did the Democrats vote against this? I give them the same response every time. Go ask the Democrats why they voted for it. And I promise you, I guarantee you, let a Democrat tell them, well, you know, the Republicans didn't come and talk to me and ask me for my vote on this thing that made absolute sense, on this thing that brought the level of public safety to the state of Georgia that we must have. Do that. Pout about somebody not coming and talk to you when we're talking about lives, because you know what I'm going to count? I'm not going to count votes. I'm going to count lives lost is what I'm going to count. I'm going to count response time. That's what I'm going to count. Listen, this politics that goes on in the rooms that I'm not sitting in on either side, I don't care about. I fought a bill yesterday knowing I was going to lose. I carried the Buckhead City bill knowing what the vote count was. But you know what? I have as much respect for the people found frozen on the top of Mount Everest than those that climb it. The ones I don't have any respect for are the ones that are too much of a coward to even try. So if you want to find another piece of legislation and pout about and complain about and kick up dirt about, because I'm going to tell you, I vote for several things the senator from the 22nd has carried because I agreed with him, not because he's ever come to me and asked me to, because I am the state senator from District 29, and nobody tells me what I'm going to do except my faith and the facts. So be a clown if you want to be a clown, but don't get upset when somebody calls you a clown. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator from the 31st, you wish to be recognized?
Mr. President, move to previous question.
I think we're going to let the author of the bill have an option to close if he'd like. Otherwise, we will vote this thing. Senator from the 30th, do you wish to close per Senate rule? He waives. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 56, what purpose do you rise?
Parliament to inquire, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, isn't it true that this impacts the lives and the safety of every single Georgian, of every district, of every state senator here today?
That's for each and every senator to determine for themselves. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 31 and the nays are 14. The resolution failing to receive the requisite two-thirds constitutional majority is therefore lost. I recognize the senator from the 30th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proper time, or I'd like to serve notice to reconsider at the proper time.
It is the proper time, and you're serving notice for reconsideration, which will be tomorrow. Thank you for tomorrow morning. Thank you for the notice, Senator. Senator from the 27th, what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 6th.
Without objection, the senator from the 6th is excused. Senators, we are going to take a lunch break at this point. The Senate will stand in recess until 1:45, and there is lunch in the anteroom provided. 1:45, we've got a lot more work to do. Please be back on time, 1:45. The Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. All senators return to the chamber, please. Senate will return to order. Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd. What purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm asking for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 21st and 29th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 21st and the 29th are excused. The Secretary will read the caption to HB 165.
House Bill 165 by Representatives Franklin of the 160th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to repeal and reserve an income tax credit for business enterprises for leased motor vehicles, to exempt from sales and use taxation property used in construction, renovation, and rehabilitation of affordable housing by nonprofit organizations, to repeal sales and use tax exemptions for certain admissions to view film or videotapes and the sale of certain machinery and equipment used to improve air quality, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetter, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 165, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to revise and expand a sales tax exemption for manufactured homes, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 52nd to present House Bill 165.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we're gathering up enough members in here for this, I want to talk about this bill and how it deals with our former Rules Chairman from Chickamauga. Now, he always said that Chickamauga was Indian for a great senator, but the way I read it, it's Cherokee for River of Death is the actual translation of it. But he would talk to us about manufactured homes and mobile homes and trailers and double wides, and he would claim that he knew a lot about them because they were all in his district. And I know he was accused of being a double wide a couple of times, but since he's left the legislature, he has slimmed down considerably. So he's kind of like some of the others that say once you leave here, life's really good. So we may get to that. But what we're talking about today, and the title's a little bit misleading because it talks about income tax credits. It doesn't mention double wides or trailers or mobile homes or anything. But Representative Camp had her bill stripped by our appropriations chairman for a tax bill that was sent over there. And so because she was so gracious and played along, we paid it forward, and we stripped another House bill and gave it to her. So this bill is her manufactured homes bill. And I say manufactured homes because since June 15th of 1976, that is when HUD, the Housing Urban Development, changed the name from mobile homes to manufacturing homes. And no, that was not Jimmy Carter, President Carter. It was President Ford the year before that changed that name to manufactured homes. This is a bill that will help on affordability of these manufactured homes, and it won't cost the state a penny. I call that a win-win. Currently, the law in the past has been they would pay a sales tax on these homes, but the law in many recent years is that those that are moved to a permanent location, they get a certificate of permanent location in Superior Court, that they only pay the sales tax on 50%. Now, the current language had left it unclear, and only the state portion of that was exempted. And with no opposition from ACCG or GMA, we've changed it to where now the local part, it's abundantly clear that the local taxes are exempted as well in this. So this will, as long as they get a certificate of permanent location, they have to have it within 30 days, or actually they pay 1.5 times the taxes on it. And that means they're no longer eligible for a certificate of removal from a permanent location. We are trying to encourage people to get into permanent location homes, affordable, and that's what this bill does. They have, as I said, there's no opposition from anybody on this. We appreciate Representative Camp working with us, and now we're helping her out with her bill just as well. So again, that's why the title's misleading. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well. I think I've got 29 in here now.
You do have a question, Senators. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st.
Will the senator yield?
I'll certainly yield for the leader.
Senator, have you filled out your bracket? I heard the March Madness has started.
You know, actually, with 3 days in a row of finance meetings, I have not filled out my bracket. So,
do you have any favorites to make it to the Final Four in Indianapolis?
Well, my favorite, of course, is probably a long shot, my University of Georgia, but they're in there.
Do you know the other school that's in the tournament this year?
I know a few other schools in it this year.
Who's Georgia playing in the first round?
I believe it's St. Louis they're playing.
Yeah, St. Louis. I think St. Louis is a pretty weak school. Any comments about Duke or the University of North Carolina where Michael Jordan played?
Well, we've had a lot of people go to that university, and it is a great university. But like I tell everybody, even aside from academics, Georgia has 2 of the top 15 public universities in the nation, according to the ratings. 40-something states have 0. We have 2. I'm sure it's all due to the chairman of higher ed and his work.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your work, and good luck to the University of Georgia.
From a yellow jacket, that's a kind thing to say. Thank you. And I'll yield the well if there's no further questions.
Senators yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none and the previous question is ordered. Question, Senator from the 33rd, what purpose do you rise?
I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 9th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 9th is excused. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 33rd, what purpose do you rise?
I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 28th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, he'll be excused after this vote, Senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary, read the caption to House Bill 986.
House Bill 986 by Representative Jones of the 25th and others, a bill to amend Part 2A of Article 13 of Chapter 6 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to electric personal assistive mobility devices and personal delivery devices so as to revise operation procedures and restrictions for personal delivery devices to provide for related matters to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Science and Technology recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Setzler, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 47th, you're recognized to speak to the bill.
Well, good afternoon. I hope everybody got something good to eat for lunch. Said, I don't know how you got your lunch, but this bill is about delivering lunches. Said it'll get you through the hangry part of the day. Now, I know that my friend over here from the mountains would be wanting us to go a little faster and a little bit to the left, said they, because that's all they do is go round and round and round them racetracks. But you know, the bill's not going to get up to that kind of speed. What we're talking about are personally delivered devices, these little robots that you see going along beep, 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 you know, type deal. Pretty cute, but they actually do serve a good purpose, and it's one of those things that gets people what they want when they want it. The only thing that this bill does is we make a slight change in those personal delivery devices, allowing them to move from 4 miles an hour to 7 miles an hour. Many states allow them to go up to 10 miles an hour on sidewalks. We're holding them at 7. We want to try that and see how that works out for everybody. One of the other things it does is it actually does make a little noise all the time that it's moving. So anytime these things are moving, pretty easy. Said I'll ask for your favorable vote and your consideration on this bill, and hopefully they'll be delivering some after lunch desserts. Are there any questions, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Senator from the 33rd, you're recognized. Your light's on, at least.
Doc, I'm with you.
Ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 28th for business inside the Capitol.
We already did that, Senator. Thank you, though, for reminding us again.
The
there.
Big E.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Yes, sir, from my friend from Forsyth.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the speed increase and what we're going from 4 to 7? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Up to 7.
Up to 7. Now, we had discussed in rules yesterday to maybe add a 0 to the end of that. Would you still be amenable to that as a friendly amendment?
Well, I don't like my lunch on the run. Said I want to make sure I can catch it. So I'm going to try to keep that to 7. That's about 10 feet per second. Said so I'm good for that.
Very well. Thank you.
No further questions, Senator.
Thank you. I'll ask for your vote and your support. Thank you very much.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 55th, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 5th for business outside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 5th is excused. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 986? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 47th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true the senator from the 47th is always delivering for his constituents?
Absolutely true. Thank you, Senator. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Senators, before we move on to the next bill, I want to acknowledge that my beautiful bride is here with us today. Adrian, stand up. We all know that we could not do this job without the support of our spouse and family, and I appreciate her support always. She is here today. She had a luncheon at the governor's mansion with the First Lady of the Senate and the First Lady of the state and the First Lady of the House and other spouses, so I'm glad she's with us today. Secretary will read the caption to House Bill 1123.
House Bill 1123 by Representative Jones of the 47th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 14 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to other educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act so as to require certain schools that offer after-school programs to make such programs available to pre-kindergarten students on the same basis as the school's other students, to provide for limited waivers of such requirement, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to appeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Children and Families recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 32nd to speak to House Bill 1123.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1123 has to do with pre-K after-school care, and it resulted from a study committee about pre-K that found that there are a limited number of school systems, public school systems, that offer public pre-K classes and selectively don't offer after-school services to pre-K students while offering services to K through 5 students. This negatively affects working families, particularly those with multiple children in a school. So this bill requires all school systems that offer pre-K and after-school services to make the services available on the same basis to pre-K students. That's all the bill does. Happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions, Senator. You did a good job there. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read the caption of House Bill 1195.
House Bill 1195 by Representatives Leverett of the 123rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 50 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to telemedicine by veterinarians and veterinary technicians so as to revise provisions relating to the practice and provision of veterinary triage and voluntary telemedicine to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 50th, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 29th for business outside the chamber.
Without objection, the senator from the 29th is excused. I recognize the senator from the 32nd to speak to House Bill 1195.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 1195 was drafted in consultation with the Georgia Veterinary Medical Association and the Department of Agriculture. It's a cleanup bill that clarifies the intent of Senate Bill 105 from the 2025 session, which inadvertently impacted animal poison control. So this bill allows, it removes restrictions for veterinary teletriage and resolves confusion about geographic requirements that created uncertainty for practitioners doing teletriage. It clarifies intent that these limitations were never intended and should not be a barrier. All the interested parties have signed off on the legislation. There's been no opposition, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
No questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. My supervisor is here. I don't want to mess up. Secretary, read the caption to House Bill 1234.
House Bill 1234 by Representatives Taylor of the 173rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 19 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the State Employees Assurance Department so as to provide for the assignment of certain group term life insurance benefits to pay for funeral services of a deceased individual who was a member of the Employees Retirement System of Georgia, Georgia Legislative Retirement System, or Georgia Judicial Retirement System, to provide for a definition, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Retirement recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Williams, Chairman. Mr. President, an auditor's note and certification has been attached. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 25th to speak to House Bill 1234. All right, it's going to be the senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 1234 is a beneficiary designation for group term life insurance that is with the Employees Retirement, Legislative Retirement, and the Judicial Retirement Systems. What this would allow is that when someone passes away, the beneficiary of that policy can assign to the funeral home or embalmer the benefits that are there so that the bills will be paid directly by the state and the balance would be sent directly to the beneficiary, whatever the balance is. So it's really a good bill from that standpoint that once the person passes away, his beneficiary can assign that directly to the funeral home to pay those bills. Good bill. Any questions?
Good explanation. No questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read the caption of House Bill 1408.
House Bill 1408 by Representatives Camp of the 135th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 19 of Title 31 and Chapter 50 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to control of rabies and veterinarians and veterinary techniques respectively, so as to authorize licensed veterinary technicians under the direct supervision of a licensed veterinarian to administer anti-rabies vaccinations to animals required by the state to be inoculated against rabies, to update terminology and make conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 13th.
Seconds, right? Hey, colleagues, I bring you House Bill 1408. Just to let you know, this bill was drafted in consultation with the Georgia Department of Veterinary Medicine Association, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Public Health. This bill simply does one thing. It allows a veterinary technician who is licensed to administer the rabies vaccine under the supervision of a veterinarian. Any questions? I yield for, Mr. President. They said do it quick. We're going to do it quick.
You do have questions, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Senator. Would you yield?
Absolutely.
Isn't it true that we have a shortage of veterinarians in our state?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Isn't it true that we have a shortage of veterinarians in our state?
That is absolutely a factual statement, Senator. And we're working every day. Abraham Baldwin has the vet technician program down at ABAC, and they are pushing for more and more university students to get into the veterinary program. Thank you for that question.
And would you yield for one more?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it also true that since the animals can't vaccinate themselves, that we need to protect Georgians from this deadly disease by making it easier to get a rabies shot?
Well, now that you said that, as you well know, only one person in history has ever survived the rabies shot. So in reality, and what we're doing here is these animals have to be vaccinated, and the reason it goes through a veterinarian is to make sure your animal is vaccinated. That's why you cannot buy the rabies vaccination online or from other places and give the rabies vaccine yourself. Thank you for that question.
You got one more question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
Absolutely.
Is it true that rabies affects folks who are older more than folks who are younger?
Now, Senator, I don't believe that to be a true statement.
Okay. Will you yield for another question?
Are we talking about age or are we talking about people?
We're gonna
Go ahead.
I think we're talking about both. Is it not true that Google says that you are 78 years old on one page? Wikipedia says that you are 48. And a third site says that you are 58.
Right now.
Is that not true?
I believe that's true.
Would you mind telling us which one is correct?
Ooh, let me hear. I'm going to go with the 47, Senator. I'm going to go with the 47. What do you think?
You look it. You look it. Yep. You got it.
That's 40.
The man of mystery. Yep.
We good?
You're good. You're good. Well, I don't know if you're good, but you're done at least, you know. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Senator from the 52nd.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1199.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1199 by Representatives Carson of the 46th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-1-2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to definitions regarding revenue and taxation so as to revise the definition of the terms Internal Revenue Code and Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to incorporate certain provisions of federal law into Georgia law to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, applicability, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate offers the following substitute to House Bill 1199, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-1-2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to definitions regarding revenue and taxation so as to revise the definition of the terms Internal Revenue Code and Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to incorporate certain provisions of the federal law into Georgia law to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following amendment. Amend House Bill 1199 by replacing lines 1 through 4 with the following: to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to revise the definition of the terms Internal Revenue Code and Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to incorporate certain provisions of the federal law into Georgia law, to provide for exemption of income taxes on overtime and tips, to provide for a sunset of such exemption, to provide for a cap on tax credits for qualified low-income buildings, to temporarily suspend collection of taxes on motor fuels, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This we had the other day was the IRS conformity bill. We went through it pretty thoroughly. I will just discuss the changes that were made to it unless people want to go into it further. The House took out the no tax on tips and overtime from this bill. So it is our position that we will pursue that in a separate bill. The LIHTC that had been reduced, they have restored with a $100 million cap on each year. So that's back in there. The third thing we have in the bill here today is a gasoline tax suspension for the next 60 days. And we all know we've seen the higher prices at the pump, and they have obvious immediate effect on everyday Georgians. But besides that, we also recognize that these prices trickle through the economy, higher fertilizer costs, higher food costs, and have an effect on there. So we're looking at suspending this, and at the same time, we're hopeful that the ongoing international conflict, which is temporarily driving up energy prices, comes to an expeditious and successful conclusion. And we're certainly mindful of persistent affordability concerns and are using every tool at our disposal, including tax rebates that we've approved, property tax help, everything we can to help out everyday Georgians to deliver relief for all our hardworking people here. And so hopefully this will be resolved, but in the meantime, we're going to do what we can to help our citizens of Georgia have the lowest cost possible. With that, I'll answer any questions.
You do have one question. Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Certainly.
Thank you. Senator, appreciate the compromise work that's been done to get us to an acceptable bill. Just curious, do you happen to know how close we've come in the last couple of years to that $100 million cap, or how much of it we're using now, and do we anticipate hitting that cap in the next few years?
Well, I don't know, because we haven't, the cap, you know, the federal law expanded it for 94%, so I couldn't say what that would do to it. I don't have those figures, no.
Okay, do you further yield?
Certainly.
Do you know how that cap came to be decided upon? Do you have any idea of the House's reasoning in picking that number?
They didn't discuss it with me, but they felt like, I think the original was going to be about $890 million, and for the next 5 years it would be $500 million. So that's what they had put in the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you. Urge your passage of this bill, and let's get that gas tax off our citizens of Georgia's. Send this to the governor, and I think he'll be ready to get going on it. Thank you very much.
Would any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I appreciate my colleagues today considering suspending the gas tax. It was a request, and it really is not a partisan issue. It was just that we could provide relief for Georgians here. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank the House for bringing the bill forward, and I want to thank you all for the support. And it's a win for our constituents, and hopefully we'll give them much needed relief while we get through this time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Any other senators that wish to speak for the measure or against the measure? All right, we're going to go ahead and just put it on the board. All those in favor of the motion from the senator from 52nd will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree as amended, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 0. Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate immediately transmit HB 1199 to the House so that we can get this relief to the people of Georgia starting now.
Is there objection? Without objection, it's immediately transmitted. Thank you, Senator. Good job. Recognize the majority leader.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand adjourned until 9 a.m. on Friday, March 20th.
Majority leader has moved. Secretary, read the announcements.
The Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment in room 450 of the Capitol. The Education and Youth Committee will meet in room 307 of the CLOB at 3 p.m. The Government Oversight Subcommittee will meet in room 310 of the CLOB at 4 p.m. The Judiciary Committee will meet in room 307 of the CLOB at 4 p.m. The Regulated Industries and Utilities Committee will meet in room 450 of the Capitol at 5 p.m. The Insurance and Labor Committee will meet in room Mezzanine 1 at 6 p.m. The Ethics Committee will meet in room 307 of the CLOB at 7 p.m. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Are there any other announcements? Y'all please go to your committees. Majority Leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 9 a.m. Friday, March 20th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it. Have a good one.